Okay, we're doing that.
How many students are in the class?
There's about 19. So there should be more because they got prompted, and this is a synchronous class. So, and I want everybody, you know what the drill is, folks. If you have webcams, smoke them if you got them. You know. Thank you, Logan. But at this point, I know who has webcams and who doesn't. I
Yeah.
also tell them that I have an app that allows me to detect whether they're playing Grand Theft Auto or not.
Oh yeah.
But, yeah. I also
Yeah.
know who has created 3D printed 3D busts of themselves to set up in front of the cameras while they're doing other things.
Well,
But
my big tell I had all semester was when I would, okay, class is over. All right, see you Thursday. Bye. And then there would still be people sitting there, and so they're black boxes.
yeah,
So that.
right. Yeah, it's like, yeah, right. We know what that is about.
Yeah.
So, it's 9:31. We should start. I see that we have a couple of guest faculty here. Professor Carlin Mahalik from our school, SUNY Broome, who's a professor in the history and political science department here. We also have my former, hi Margaret, it's good seeing you. My former professor of media studies and research methods, Professor Margaret Bates, is joining us today. So this should be a lively conversation, I'm hoping, for 9:30. And I just want to remind my students to get your webcams on. I've got some PowerPoints that would be a good place to start. With talking about, there's some stuff here, but I think it's a good place to start. You start the book with a quote from Senator Al Franken, former. We knew him from Saturday Night Live. Us like Gen X guys,
Right.
that
Right.
suddenly came onto the scene, and it's an interesting quote because I think that it does kind of set the tenor for the structure of your argument and what you want to look at. And it's basically, and Franken said in 2005, asking whether there is a liberal or conservative bias to the mainstream media is a little like asking whether Al Qaeda uses too much oil in their hummus. The problem with Al Qaeda is that they're trying to kill us. And it's a metaphor that really acts in. Would you explain why you use it?
Yeah, I mean that's been one of my favorite quotes since I read it. It was in his book from 2005. I remember reading it on an airplane, and I laughed so hard when I read that quote that I just annoyed my neighbors. But it's yeah, it's and it's funny because I tell my students the book has a copyright 2018, but it's important to note that I put it to bed really early 2017. And that's
Right.
important for a couple of reasons. Like when we talk about the Trump administration, it really doesn't cover it at all. But to this particular point, Al Franken, as you know, ran into some issues and was forced out of the Senate. That was after the book was completely done and in press. So that's not my fault. But I tell the students, that it's not just that the book starts with a quote from somebody who's now disgraced, but basically the whole book is structured around the quote. It's almost like I wrote the book, about the quote, because the first half of the book is the hummus, and the second half is the trying to kill us part, right? So the idea is
Right.
the one opinion people have throughout my adult lifetime, the one opinion I've most come across, and it's still the case, is that the media are biased to the left, or sometimes people say to the right, but it's usually to the left, right? So the media are biased. The media are biased. They lean to the left. They have a liberal bias. And I say, I mean, maybe not. And that's the question in the first half. But it's missing the point. If we start with the question of what do we want the press to do, what role do we expect the news media to play in a free society as facilitators of democracy, then neutrality between the sides is, some people think it's an important value, others say it's really not necessary at all, but it's not. Most of the shortcomings, most of the problems that we have in the media giving us the information we need to make informed decisions do not stem from the fact that they lean a little bit this way or a little bit this way. They come from so many other factors. So that's why it spoke to me so well.
I mean, I grew up with this idea kind of, and you talk about the history and development of this idea because it hasn't been there from time immemorial. It has a history and it had an agenda, and it worked to serve certain strategies. But I would also liken it. I mean, I think of like the idea of the defendant being in court and the two lawyers like arguing out all the misdemeanors without like touching the felonies, and the defendant just loves it, because it just kind of leaves all that stuff. I liken it to like the man behind the curtain, and I just want to start. So we've got that, and I want to just quickly start with a quote from the attendant quote from the book that kind of gives that quote context, and it has to do with. Let me navigate through here. You talk a lot about the Bernard Gould. While the media aren't literally trying to kill us, they sometimes inflict serious injury on informed citizenship through a litany of routines, biases, and shortcomings that leave news consumers ill-equipped to navigate contemporary politics. To name only a few, news coverage of politics focuses on the strategic game and the personalities at the center of political conflicts rather than the underlying policy issues. It presents events as isolated episodes rather than in any meaningful social, economic, political context. It fails to adjudicate the veracity of politically loaded factual questions, and it privileges events that are dramatic, scandalous, simple, novel, timely, and emotional over more important events that do not meet these criteria. In short, the press is a mess, and not because of a political slant. Now, I think we can all being a course in introduction to mass media, we've already kind of covered some of this ground that these students have already, if they didn't before, many of them, grew up because of the fact that it was such a mess. I think that many of the students have grown up not really realizing what the media was for, what news was for, as intended by the founding fathers, and why it was so important for them in relation to a democracy or democratic values or the public good or a democratic citizenry or an informed citizenry, because we haven't had that in a while. And you kind of call that out, and a lot of other scholars call that out. And I want to talk about the importance of scholarship in this game. And I also want to talk about the ways in which scholarship has been, kind of discredited, how journalism has suffered, and I don't necessarily want to talk about it in terms of an agenda, but to call it what it is, and this dearth of scholars, where I can remember. And I'm not saying that I grew up during some golden age of news journalism, but I can remember, shows like, Dick Cavett, and I mean, these were like news magazines, but I remember when they would have all kinds of public intellectuals on, and talk about ideas. And even like on shows like 60 Minutes, the tenor of those shows seem to be, I don't know, am I misremembering this?
I mean, no, you're not misremembering it. I mean, there's a golden age in some senses, but it's a lot. The news has tracked a lot of developments in society more broadly, and of course, one of the points I make that's made in much more detail by scholars such as Jonathan Ladd at Georgetown is that the esteem in which the press is held depends on the political environment, and so the so-called golden age was actually a fairly unique snapshot in American history. It wasn't the case beforehand. I mean, 100 years ago, little more than 100 years ago, we were in the era of yellow journalism, of
Right.
sensationalized newspapers, with particularly the circulation battle in New York City between William Randolph Hearst and Joseph Pulitzer. But the golden age came about because of a depolarization in American politics. Now, that's not to say that the 60s weren't contentious. Obviously, they were incredibly contentious, but they were not contentious along party lines. So the press then was not subject to these sorts of criticisms, and they also didn't. And then there's also the technological and um, you, well, I mean, there's so much here, hard to fit in.
I mean,
Um,
yeah, it's like so much to unpack that
yeah,
one
but the
doesn't even know where
changes.
to start.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, again, the changes in the media. So there's the depolarization. Nobody was attacking the press, and then the second thing is there was really no competition, right? I mean, there was
Right.
there was such a limited way that we got news. It was ABC, NBC, and CBS, and you picked one for the half-hour evening show. They're all fairly similar, but they're branded a little bit differently. Different personalities heading them up. You had your newspaper. There were probably two newspapers in your market. Otherwise, you had to go to Time Magazine, Newsweek, Life. There were very, very few places to get news, and it all looked fairly similar. So they weren't in cutthroat competition to sort of go down to the lowest common denominator to appeal
Right.
to our prurient interests. But that
Right.
obviously changed
Right.
with cable and of course the internet.
There's always been these cyclical, I mean, from right after yellow journalism, there's always been this attempt by the institution. There's these cyclical attempts by the institution to clean up its act, to recognize the fact that it needs to have some kind of internal policing mechanism, because it seems as if there is this demographic of people working in the field that like want to serve those democratic values, and we see it time and time again. But it seems to kind of cycle out, and it is dependent on the nature of other media and the nature of the game. But throughout it all, I can just remember like growing up, in the 70s, and with Cronkite and all that, and with this idea, there was still this like shred, like I don't know if it was guys like Paley or whoever and different news bureaus that fought for autonomy, and that there was still some kind of border that the board, the chairman of the board or the CEO wouldn't cross in order to keep that integrity. That there was still this understanding that an integrity issue based public mission like that was still attractive, and it wasn't always about the bottom line. Even though we it bears out that people want to see context, and that when given the opportunity, they want to see good investigative reporting. They want to see robust journalism. They don't want to just see the how, who, what, when, and where, but they want to see the why. Why is it that the mainstream media just doesn't get that?
Well, it depends, because nowadays, of course, it's when you're talking about the mainstream media, it's so diversified, so fragmented that you can't even really generalize. And I mean, of course, I do to some extent in the book to keep things simple. But you have to look at, for example, I think the New York Times and the Washington Post have fairly robust accountability journalism. I mean, they do a lot of other stuff too, but they still do a very good job. The problems come in a couple of areas. The problems come with television, of course, which is how more people get news. A lot more people get news from television than newspapers. And the other problem is the decline in local news. And there are local newspapers still have a lot of incredible, hardworking journalists committed to the craft, committed to the values that I extol in the book, but they're just a shell of what they used to be. When I was a kid, my local newspaper was almost too heavy for me to pick up on Sundays.
Right.
And nowadays, I can pretty much read it from the time I pick it up on my porch to when I get in the house. There's
right.
nothing anymore.
And when you called like the local press, it's like there would be like 12 different divisions. There would be like, the police beat. There would be like the cultural guy. There would be like, the entertainment guy, the city hall guy. There would be personnel. And I think that, also becomes a thing, in the larger networks, so that we start to see this scaling back by the 90s. We see this bottom line get more and more intense, and we see these foreign bureaus being pulled back, and this less and more mentality the guys like Dave Simon track, and like shows like The Wire, it's like that became like there was this paradigmatic shift, and it comes before the internet. It comes before the internet, and I would contend that, you say that the media doesn't necessarily kill people, but there's a lot of blood on people's hands due to the fact of either misreporting or, it's like, and the Post and the Times, may not have as much blood on their hands as other news organs, but certainly we know historically, things that have happened, due to this shrinkage.
Yeah, I call them out for a number of things, of course, even in the book and in my classes. But I just mean generally, they're a little better with they do fulfill some of that function of watching over the government and providing in-depth investigative reports. I mean, a lot of the best information that we know, for better or worse, comes from there. But yeah, they also have they certainly have pathologies and notable failings that whether it's the New York Times with the Iraq War or some of the ways that they covered Trump in in the 2016 election. There's a lot to answer for there.
There's a lot to answer for, but at the same time, it's as if I think that, once again, it's like I would like to think that all is not lost, because we see these initiatives from everything from the New York Times kind of like, retracting and, like feeling an ethical obligation to say, hey, we put Judith Miller in this situation and she was this, or Jason Blair, or we did this. That there's a certain level, there's at least that. There's at least that, and I think it trickles, and I think it becomes a thing. And I think there's also, this new phenomena, primarily in public news and like public radio and public news, of putting these little addendums onto certain stories and saying like, oh, by the way, we're doing this story about, Microsoft or whatever, and oh, by the way, like Microsoft underwrites this program. Is that a token gesture, or is that just kind of like them like trying to be responsible, or are we seeing positive shifts in terms of accountability?
I mean, that's something, of course, that's unique. Well, not unique, but it's a particular challenge of National Public Radio and PBS, where the corporate underwriting has become a much bigger portion of their budget than say a couple of decades ago. And yeah, between the big ones, Microsoft, Facebook, Google, they're just a few that if they donate money to them, then pretty much any story about those topics is going to have. But I generally don't think that NPR is cowed by those sorts of concerns. They do run some of the more critical stories, at least among the top tier mainstream outlets like CBS and ABC, CNN. NPR does often run some of the more critical stories about big business. So I think those
Right.
disclosures are important, but they don't. I don't think that the underwriting undermines what they're trying to do.
Yeah, but I also like wonder, like, the underwriting is also tends to be accompanied by a lot of softballs. You know, let's. I want to just roll it back. I want to talk about the book. I want to talk about the structure of the book because considering the subject matter and considering the fact that it's not light on research methods. I mean, it's not like, really, really dense, but you don't shy away from methodology and media research methodology, but it's highly accessible, I feel, and there's it's often funny. You are funny in it. And so I think it's like, and I think what it tackles in the short amount of pages that you do is very pithy. It's like there's a lot here, and I would recommend it in any like mass media research class in this moment, because I think that even though it's 2018, I think that people can kind of fill in the blanks about what has gone on in 2020. But let's just take it back to the beginning about this whole idea of like you know, partisan bias, this emergence of partisan bias, that I kind of grew up with, and I was like, and even being in high school, I was always of the opinion, I always felt like somewhat like appalled about the assertion, merely due to the fact that I always felt that my understanding of the fourth estate was always kind of like it served two primary functions, and one of those functions was embedded in its mission statement to speak truth to power, so that by its very nature it would be somewhat liberal, it would be somewhat working class, it would be somewhat on the side of democracy, a little bit left leaning by its nature, but that's not necessarily true.
Yeah, I mean that's there's the book, The Elements of Journalism, which I cite a lot
Right.
in the book. Very, very important text that every journalism student should
Right.
read. They grapple with that question, and I tend to agree with their take, which is that it's perhaps counterproductive to see the news' function as being inherently liberal. I mean, it's inherently anti-establishment to some extent. It's inherently critical, but those don't necessarily have to equate with liberal. And if we do that, then we tend to fall into the trap of those who are trying to discredit the press by
Right.
pegging that label on it.
Right. Right. I mean, we want to steer clear of these partisan based, like the MRC, or I mean, and even like on the other side, like FAIR, we have to make a distinction between think tanks or research groups that are driven by partisan interests and those that are attempting to achieve some kind of like scholarly objectivity, and you make that clear distinction. I didn't know, as it's like you kind of really informed me about the history of the charge. I didn't. I kind of knew the charge. I knew when the charge was made, when it started to become just this kind of meme floating in the in the stratosphere. It's just like all of a sudden it was like this thing.
Right.
And but I never understood the history of it. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's the basic point I make is that it's what I call a strategic talking point on the right. So that is a separate question from whether it's actually whether it's actually true or not. Right? We can just leave that aside for a second. But true or not, it is useful. It is very useful to the right, and so its prominence has to do with dissemination, with the alternate channels available to make the charge publicly. Because back in the era that we mentioned before, where it was just CBS, ABC, NBC, your newspaper, none of them were really going to talk about partisan bias. Coming up after the break, we're going to take a critical look at whether we're biased. Right? Said
Right.
no news outlet ever.
Right.
So it had to come from somewhere, and it came from, or initially it came from books. I mentioned one foundational book in the early 1970s, Edith Ephron's The News
From,
Twist.
yeah.
But
And
the
Bernard
big
Goldberg, yeah, right.
that was like Goldberg was 2001, so that was much later. But what happened in between those times, and I think the single most important player in this entire drama is talk radio host Rush Limbaugh, because he he started in California, but then he when the fairness doctrine was lifted, he went national in 1988, and by about 4 years later, he was everywhere. I mean, I was an intern at a news station up in Tucson, Arizona, and I was an intern in college for the talk radio station that played Rush Limbaugh. So I used like 1992, 93 to listen to him every day, and my job was to pull his show off the satellite. So I would, I would sit there and listen, and just because I was bored, I would count the number of times he mentioned the liberal media, liberal media, liberal media.
Right.
I mean, it could easily be 30 times an hour,
Right.
It's the power of suggestion. You're telling the audience the media are liberal, and that's what they're going to believe. And so
it's very Orwellian in the sense that if you hit somebody over the head enough, but this has an intellectual ancestry too. Like I can remember, growing up as a kid, and like seeing like Buckley and reading like George Will and understanding like, wait a minute, it's like there's this like intellect. This isn't a bunch of like cavemen. This comes from an intellectual tradition that starts in response to, a kind of social welfare, robust social welfare, progressive state brought on by the FDR administration. And a lot of this is the backlash. And the chickens come home to roost. And Limbaugh becomes the disseminator. You talk about like the disseminators for, people that wouldn't watch Buckley, people that wouldn't read George Will, like, dare I call them Joe Sixpack.
Yeah, because you're the intellectual conservative movement, which really got going in the 1950s and particularly the 60s. And yeah, it was a response to the so-called liberal consensus. There was this long period where, besides Eisenhower, who wasn't really conservative in any real sense, this long unbroken streak of Democratic presidents. And a general consensus in polite society that, the social welfare state should keep growing, and New Deal becomes the Great Society. But then there's this conservative backlash to it. And the mainstream press reflected that liberal consensus. Both sides was liberal Democrats and also kind of liberal Republicans. And so
we had Rockefeller. Yeah. Republicanism was Rockefeller Republicanism for a long period of time because everything seemed to be like kind of working. Everything kind of was working, except for the really, really rich, where it wasn't working as well as they wanted it to. And this pedigree seems to respond to that. So we have this charge, and we have the reasons why this charge endures. Because it doesn't just, it's like every once in a while the punches like score some blows, and you talk about, for instance, like Alamo moments, you call them, and Alamo incidents that really became like cannon fodder for these liberal media watchdogs. You want to speak a little bit about that? Because I grew up during that too. You know.
Yeah, yeah. There are particular moments, and a couple of them, the most important ones, seem to revolve around President George H.W. Bush, who is an eminently decent man, whether you agree with his politics or not. But he got caught up in, he obviously he was very popular during the Gulf War, but then his popularity plummeted over the course of a year to the point where he wasn't reelected. He lost to Bill Clinton, and so a lot of conservatives to this day blame the media for his defeat, and there are a couple of things they point to. There was an extremely contentious interview that Dan Rather did with Bush when Bush was still vice president, and this
Right.
and especially younger
We
folks.
showed it in class. We showed it in class, by the way.
Oh,
So
okay,
they
okay,
have
yeah,
some.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
And if you
but
gave,
I mean, if you could reiterate, though, give it some
well, no,
context.
but the context, I think that's important. I don't know how much you emphasize this. That was shocking at the time, right? It didn't look like much now that you tune in CNN and it's always people yelling at each other, but
Yeah,
that
right.
was not what news looked like in 1988. So
Right,
it
and
was
it didn't look like that. It did on some of the news magazines that had I mean, 60 Minutes sometimes would go there, but not like the 6:30 like ma and pa around the television set, like mainstream like news coverage. No, that was like
right,
something new.
and not
And
to a
yeah,
sitting vice president either. You know,
right. Because there's always because we have to take I mean and rather was emblematic of a kind of charge that became like took the particular and became general in the idea that the liberal bias charge was hinged on the idea. One of the ideas that it was hinged on was that journalists in general weren't inherently liberal and usually and that was a fact. That was a piece of data that they usually were voted Democrat, and that became like part of their plank. But there are things that offset that too that you talk about.
right. And I actually don't spend much time talking about that. Students often ask about it, but yeah, I mean, survey after survey shows that reporters are more likely to be left of center than right of center. I mean, that's no secret. That's something that's been around for a long time. But there are a couple of problems with leaping from that to saying liberal bias in the news. I mean, one of them is
Right.
that there are other actors in the newsroom. There are editors who tend to be more evenly split, and of course the owners, the producers, the owners, the managers tend to be more conservative. So that
Right.
balances it out.
So
But
that there would
the
be
other thing,
some, or a baseline as such. Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think the more important point, and you talk about methods, like thinking about things from a social scientific perspective. The fact that journalists might personally be liberal does not, in and of itself, constitute evidence that the news product is liberal, right? If you want to draw conclusions about the news product, you have to look news output. If you want to say the news is liberal, you have to actually watch the newscast or read the stories and study them and only them to determine whether the ideology of the practitioners is simply not relevant.
There's this paradigmatic change, I think. First, it hits talk radio, and there's this preponderance of neoconservative talk show hosts that dominate the field and seem
Yeah.
to speak to radio owners' bottom line and wanting a clone, either wanting to pick up the Limbaugh show or find some or have a local correlate to the Limbaugh show, and then we see that kind of revolution in conjunction with the rise in all these divergent, the rise of Fox News, the rise of all these divergent voices in the cable landscape, so that once again a scenario is created in the national discourse that seems to belie the idea that once again one can counter like the liberal the liberal bias argument was like, hey, wait a minute, most of these people are watching Fox, you know. You want to
Right.
expand? It's like,
Yeah, I mean, and the talk, I mean, the development of talk radio, I think, was fascinating. And when I mentioned my internship, I actually have a pretty good. I almost put this in the book, but I took it out at the last minute because I thought it was too personal. But I did two internships, one in 1992 and one in '93. And in '92, right as Rush Limbaugh was really beginning to surge, so what we had was Rush Limbaugh for 3 hours in the morning, and then we had Alan Combs, the liberal host, for 2 hours afterwards, and then we had a local show for 3 hours that was fairly neutral. And I was in other ways, one of the things, in charge of answering the phones. And what would happen is Rush Limbaugh was driving the market. So we'd play him for 3 hours, and then we'd play Alan Combs for 2 hours, and it was just nonstop people calling in, who is this liberal? Get this liberal off the air. I don't want to hear this. And so
right.
by the next year, I came back a year later, and it was Rush Limbaugh for 3 hours in the morning, and then 5 more hours of conservative talk. So that had completely taken over. And so that times thousands of stations across the country, that's how that happened.
But you were taking the blows on the local level, right? You were like, people
Yeah,
were calling in.
yeah.
That reminds me, I once, like, I worked for local news for 4 or 5 years, television news, and I remember a girlfriend of mine asking me, oh, it's like, if I come up, can I meet Mr. Food, like one of our syndicated guys? I'm like, no, he doesn't, he's not like here, you know, he's like somewhere else, you know. But back to the
Right.
book. By chapter 2, you bring in the scholars, all right, and you talk about, and I talked about this with my students. We went over, you know, the nature of scholarly research, how it transcends, how, you know, for what, you know, for various reasons, how it kind of transcends this like partisan sniping, you know, and the tools that it uses, and what it ultimately, you know, what we can ultimately cull from the scholarly research, you know, and the idea that it makes more, at least it makes more empirical arguments about what's really going on, you know.
Yeah.
Although I'm sure, like, you know, people will come along and say that, and this is a long thing too, like, you know, academics, you know, but you talk about the ways that academics kind of sell the whole mechanism of peer review, the whole mechanism of robust content as opposed to cherry picking, you know. And I think that in terms of media literacy, this is the kind of stuff that our undergrads have got to know. They need, it's like, even if they don't follow, even if they don't end up doing like empirical research or content analysis or whatever, they should know. I mean, I think it needs to be a staple of media literacy, you know, to know this, to know some of
Yeah.
these methods. If we're gonna have media literacy, it's like, you talk about consumers of news. It's like, there are, I think that I would go as far as saying that, you know, a prerequisite for media literacy in this country at this point would need to be that we need to be at least we need to be at least versed in news criticism. We need to be, it's like, I'm always plugging shows like On the Media to my students, you know, because it's kind of like a meta narrative. It's like, I tell them, it's not reporting the news, it's reporting the way it's analyzing the way that we do stuff, you know. And I think it needs to become part of the discourse.
Oh yeah,
But
I absolutely agree with that. But of course, we're sort of at a rhetorical disadvantage, and you can see this in the way I couch chapter 2. You know, is nuance and caveat. Like there are some
right,
exceptions, but overall, a fair reading of the literature is, for the most part, there's no liberal bias. Versus people on TV screaming, "Yes, there is! Yes, there is!" You know, it's
right,
like we're at a
right.
disadvantage because of the nuance, because of the attention to detail, and being bound by standards of accuracy and evidence. We can't just shout our talking points strategically, you know.
Right, right. And I think that, although, people don't have, it's like, I don't think that, the general public needs to know things as erudite as, I still have, like, at the end of the book, you use the, I want to get to this, but things like in the appendix, you talk about these things I still have a problem with in terms of media tools. I can't remember, the Grossman algorithm or something like that. And it's like I even have hard times with that. But I don't think that I think that the public at large should have but you speak to that. You speak about the dearth of experts in terms of coverage and why we suffer from that. It's like that lack of coverage from experts, you attributed that to a lot of things that have happened, a lot of the woes that we're currently suffering from. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, and I think that like the
For instance,
healthcare.
like the Affordable Care, yeah, like the AC,
Yeah,
like the Obamacare.
yeah.
I'm falling into it. All right.
I do that. I mean, I think everybody's just given up, and it's
Yeah,
Obamacare.
right. Yeah, and now it's back. Now it's back, like, as strong as ever right now in the Supreme. So, okay, let's talk about
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, so it's a good thought exercise, that I like to go through, which is if you really want to know about, let's say a new president is proposing some fairly substantial changes to the healthcare system, and particularly the insurance system. Who do you want to hear from? Whose voices would help you figure out what we should do? What is the problem to be solved? What are the potential solutions? What are their pros and cons? Who do they help and hurt? How much does it cost? Right? Just anything you want to know about it. Whose voices do you want to hear? I submit to you that Democrats in Congress and Republicans in Congress are probably among the last you'd want to hear from, because they have no incentive to tell you the truth. They have no incentive to
Agree.
really get
Agree.
details. So, but yet, as my study showed there, that is most of who is quoted in these stories. It's Democrats are proposing this, Republicans say it'll do this, Democrats say they're distorting it, and there you go. Like, Democrats say this, Republicans say that. You decide. How am I supposed to decide? I want to hear from experts.
Right. I mean, in a far less onerous way, but metaphorically, it's almost like when Judith Miller was reporting on Iraq and just parroting like what she heard from the people that had a vested interest in a certain agenda, and we kind of see that as part and parcel of the whole structure.
Yeah.
That there seems to be. Why is that? Why? Because it's like, I kind of know why, but I want to hear your answer about why that is. Because it's certainly not just bottom line.
No, it's not bottom line necessarily. There's no one big answer, but I mean, some of the bigger ones are that it's easy. Yeah, I mean, it's routine. It's journalists are under deadline pressure. And you just think about anything. Any of us who, you teaching your classes, or the students in this conversation, the various jobs you have, the various things you have to do, it's easier when you have routine. It's easier if you already know who you're going to call, rather than trying to figure out who do I need to call. If I need to get my AC repaired, I'm going to call the same guy I called last year. Right. Maybe there's a better one in town, but I'm not going to take the time to research it, right? So journalists have their contacts. They know, and the thing about government officials is they're always eager to talk to the press. Other folks, it may be harder to, particularly it's hard to dig through documents, talk to people who might not want to go on record with things. But if you call the Democrat in Congress, call the Republican in Congress, you already have a relationship with them. So it's easy. And also,
and it's right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It also gives, because we talk about how this liberal bias charge has made journalists afraid of it. They alter their routines in order so that they don't seem biased. It's easy to claim that you're objective if you say, all right, look at my story. I quote 2 Democrats and I quoted 2 Republicans. How can you say it's not balanced, right? But if I call an expert and that expert says, well, actually, the Republican here has the better case, then that's opening you up to charges of favoritism, of advocacy.
Right.
So it's not only
Right.
easier, but it's a way to avoid bias charges.
But there's also like, within this whole thing, it's like, I mean, it's just part of the game that you develop relationships with. I mean, journalists develop relationships with um, um, people within government, their senators, their congressmen, representatives from whatever administration, and I think we watched two popularizations of two really kind of watershed moments in journalism. We watched some of the students watched The Post with Meryl Streep starring as Catherine Graham, and we watched All the President's Men, and I think one of the most compelling scenes in like The Post is when like Catherine Graham has to say to Robert McNamara, like, I'm sorry. It's like she's torn, and she's like, yeah, we hang out, and yeah, it's like we party on yachts, but it's like, Bob, I can't be your friend right now. I can't be your friend, and this idea of having to break away from that in order to keep one's integrity. But these things just kind of creep in. I mean, I do I'm currently trying to finish a documentary on this huge corporate spill by the IBM Corporation in my hometown. Knowing very well that becoming so astute to the game, like for instance, the Department of Environmental Conservation and IBM, and having to like kind of weed through the fact that there's a lot of corner cutting and there's a lot of this kind of old boy networking going on that is a thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to remember, of course, that those are great movies. I mean, I would show them if I were teaching a similar class as well. But you have to remember those are outlier moments. I mean, that's
right.
not normal.
Right.
Not normal journalism. The normal journalism is again calling up calling up your contacts and getting their quotes, and that's your story.
You're not putting your career on the line day to day. In the day to day, you're usually trying to like preserve it.
Right.
But and then I mean, chapter 3 is really very, very helpful because we get into just this kind of like nuts and bolts media literacy for not only students of media literacy, but probably people in general. Like, how do you evaluate a bias charge? And you give a lot of really good tools here with this whole IBE framework. You want to just talk a little bit about that, the IBE framework, and how it's useful?
Sure. I mean, it's the idea that if anytime somebody makes a bias charge, it's the onus is on them to explain why. Okay, you're claiming it's biased, but what did you expect? How should that news have looked so that it's not biased? And we tend to think, if you're saying, okay, well, it was too liberal, so what would we have wanted in the news so that it's not biased? Well, I want balance between the left and right. But my point was, and my point throughout the book is that it's not that simple. You can't just reduce
no, it's not.
the idea to. So I start with a definition. I say media bias is defined as deviation from an ideal. Right? It's not just about leaning left or right, because there are a whole bunch of different biases, as we talked about. There's official sources bias, negativity bias. Right? So and bias is always a slur. No one has ever said. No news outlet has ever marketed themselves as we're Fox News. We are openly biased, right? Bias is always bad.
Right.
And so,
but I always think there's a caveat. It's like I've always said to my students since it came out, since they started using, it's like when I told them, it's like when a news organization has to kind of like have the subline of fair and balanced, like they need to like push fair and balanced. You're on some shaky ground. When they have to like keep asserting that. But yeah, I
Right.
mean,
About the word,
and
you
I'm
know,
sorry.
just the word bias, right? I mean, it's bad. It's a slur. It's derogatory. So the idea then is let's define it that way. Let's define it in a way that makes sense for how people use it, right? So bias is deviation from an ideal, and as such, if you want to make a compelling case that news is biased, you need to say what was the ideal, what what should the news have looked like, why should it have looked that way, and then show me that it didn't. And so that's the IBE framework: the ideal, the balance, and the evidence. The ideal is the what, upon what principle do you think the news should operate? Should it be a watchdog of government? Should it be seeking the truth, right? And then the B is the baseline. In this particular case, whatever we're talking about, what should news have looked like in order to meet that ideal? And then the E, the evidence. What is the evidence that it did not? What is the evidence that it deviated from the baseline? And so only
Right.
if you can show those three things, then you've made a compelling bias charge. Otherwise, it's just noise.
Right. And you also talk about this kind of slippery slope of how does one operationalize like your baseline? And there's problems inherent in that. Maybe it's a little bit too academic to talk about like the whole like reality baseline and how it becomes untenable in a lot of different reasons. So a lot of like partisan bias scholars like decided, well, let's just go with the balance baseline. Let's just go with this.
Right.
And yet there's problems with just going with the balance, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't want it to be so abstract, it helps to think about specific. Think about a specific case. We'll just come up with an absurd case, right? But if you're trying to figure out is coverage, there's an election between a Democrat and a Republican, and we're trying to figure out was the coverage fair, right? Did the coverage live up to what we wanted it to do, or was it biased? Now, it so happens that the Republican is a 20-year incumbent. He's really popular. Both Democrats and Republicans like him. He's accomplished a lot. The challenger, the Democrat, is totally unknown, raised no money, has 4 felony convictions. In fact, they killed their mother for some reason, and got out of prison 20 years later, and totally unrepentant. But they're running for office, and they've run a business, but they basically the business was a front for drug traffickers who traded child sex slaves in order to launder the money for drugs. Anyways, how should that be covered, right? Should those two candidates get the same quality of coverage? That makes, I think we've lost the host, but that makes no sense, right? In a lot of cases, balance, giving them the same amount or the same tone of coverage would would be biased, right? We wouldn't expect them to do that. So that's the point, and I'm going to wait because it looks like your instructor is still trying to get back in. That happened to me last semester many times in this ridiculous format that we have to take our classes. But hi, everyone.
Hey.
Anyone have any question for me while we're waiting?
I don't have any right now. I'm just listening.
Okay. Okay. Well, I should say something, obviously. So I think one of the, I mean, it's fun. I wrote this book in as he says 2018. 2018 was kind of a strategic copyright. You want to make the copyright a little later so it sounds like it's more current. But I actually got my deadline for the book. I had to have everything finished by right before Trump's inauguration. And so that's why the conclusion is sort of speculative. It's looking ahead, ooh, what might the Trump administration look like? And of course, now we've had 4 years, right? Now we've had a whole term of the Trump administration, and it's really been fascinating. I think the conclusion held up pretty well, but it's also there's this immense challenge that the press has faced during the Trump era. I call it the Trump dilemma, which is how do you cover this unique president? And whether you like him or not, that's not the point. I don't want to get into that. But whether you love him, whether you hate him, or anything in between, he's unique. His approach to the presidency has been completely different than anyone before that. And so if you're a journalist trying to uphold the norms of objectivity, but also be a watchdog of the government, also uphold truth, right? And you have a president who, I'll just say it, his approach to facts is a little different from what we've seen before. What do you, if you're a journalist, what do you do with that? Do you call it out and risk being called biased, or do you let him get away with, saying verifiable falsehoods, right? So that's been a real dilemma, and this has been one of the most perilous times in America for journalists, because not just because the president has attacked them in ways that no president has ever done. Calling them things like the enemy of the people, that's unprecedented, right? So they're feeling this pressure, but they really want to do their jobs. They really want to do it well, and they're faced with what do we do with a president who not only doesn't respect them, but doesn't respect the truth, doesn't respect the norm of the office. So
sorry about that. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. I apologize. My computer seized up. I had to come back, but finish your. Yeah, it's high time we open up the floor here. I'm sorry. So go ahead and finish, Michael.
Yeah, I saw you were gone, so I went ahead and.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. I know. I think we're right on time with the questions. So.
Well, I think you have to pick it apart. I think you have to find the time to find the truth in the statements that the man is saying. And then you have to put it out there with fact and evidence. You can't put it out there because he has a big following and he's strong. You can't put it out there on a whim. You have to do your homework in order to challenge him. And that's the only way you're going to do it.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think they try to do that, but of course the dilemma there is, even if they do, even if they bring, and they don't always get things right. Sometimes they go out on a limb and make some charges against Trump that don't hold up. But even if they have evidence, even if they have a 1,000-page report detailing firsthand evidence of wrongdoing, his followers will still attack them. There's nothing you can do in this polarized environment. I'm not just picking on Trump supporters. This goes both ways. But since he is the president right now, because we're so politically polarized, because we're trained to believe that any negativity towards our side is an attack, is bias, and can never be warranted, then that puts the journalists in a very tough box. They're sort of damned if they do and damned if they don't.
Well, then
Go ahead, John. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, well, then how do you get people to realize? Sometimes people have to have a physical hurt in order to realize the truth. Words are not always fact. But when you physically feel something, it's fact. And sometimes people have to have a physical awakening in order to believe the truth.
I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that in theory. But what would be an example of that?
I think an example of that is people going hungry, people, the economy failing. I say the vaccine not working.
Maybe somebody on a ventilator. Maybe somebody that's currently on a ventilator due to the pandemic. Would that qualify?
Yeah, no, I hear you, but I guess the problem with that, and there's a lot of good research on this, in our polarized environment, the different sides attribute blame for those things differently. So yeah, the truth of being sick, or the truth of being unemployed, the truth of that physical hurt that you mentioned is real, it's tangible, but the problem is the attribution of blame for it depends on what party you belong to. There's always a story by which it's either Democrats' fault or it's Republicans' fault. And so I don't know that even that, I'm not sure that gets us to a place where you sort through the competing partisan claims, because there are competing partisan claims about pretty much every aspect of reality now.
Well, I guess we're just going to have to filter between what's right for you and what's right for me, and we'll live our own lives.
But
Yeah,
at the same time, I mean that whole different strokes for different folks approach kind of rings of this kind of post-truth mentality that you talk about at the end of the book, and
No,
I mean this goes very deep. Yeah.
Yeah, and I definitely don't. I don't want to suggest that that's how journalists should approach their jobs. Obviously I'm being a little pessimistic there in the answer to the question, but no. Journalists absolutely need to keep their eye on trying to find the facts. But I guess my point was that's never going to reach everybody. I mean, in our environment, you're never going to reach everybody. I think I said that in the book too, but you don't have to, right? In order for democracy to function, in order for government to function, in order for civil society to function, you don't have to reach everybody. You don't have to convince every single person that this right here is the real story, but putting the real story out there, doing your very best to follow good journalistic practices and the scientific method will leave us better off, much better off as a society than if you fall into that post-truth kind of nihilism almost that that you mentioned.
I want to talk a little bit really quickly about the unprecedented challenge for journalists on all levels in 2020 of I can't think of any other
Is he gone again?
Yeah, disconnected.
He's gone. Okay. So the challenge of 2020, yeah, I mean it's I'm just trying to think of what he was saying, but yeah, I mean 2020 has obviously been a crazy year, and it shows. And I think one of the challenges, if we're talking about COVID in particular, and the funny thing is we've had just in 2020 we've had an impeachment and COVID and the election. So, but if we're dealing with COVID, I mean one of the problems is it exposes the messiness of science. Even it exposes the fact that scientists, there's no one scientific consensus where every scientist just goes in their laboratory and discovers the facts and they communicate them. And science is messy. Scientists disagree with each other. They have sometimes pretty nasty disputes, and most of the time that doesn't matter. But if we're trying to figure out, like, do masks work? Do lockdowns help prevent the spread? Do the vaccines work? Like, these really big, high stakes questions, we're discovering that science it's not a clear cut yes or no. There are disagreements. But again, at the same time, you can't leap from that to, well, therefore we can't know anything. Therefore, we just, who knows anything, right? You can still know. You're still much better off if you keep your eye on the scientific method, keep your eye on sorting out the credible sources from those who are motivated to deceive you. I was talking about,
Right.
so you said 2020, so I was talking about sort of the coverage of COVID.
But this conflict that, I mean, certainly there was a conflict in the mission statement over the last few months
Hi,
about,
Dave. So I just had a couple things I wanted to ask you about.
absolutely.
So if you would give me a call when you get a chance. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Who was that? I didn't get that.
I don't think that was. I
Oh,
don't think that was.
oh, okay. I can't think of another precedent. I can't think of a historical precedent where there was two like major stories in such conflict with each other, but what were also kind of integrally linked to each other. You know that the election was so tied to the pandemic and how we handled the pandemic that the partisan sniping, the ways in which the media kind of highlighted a lot of the party who was wearing, the Republicans not wearing masks, or the Democrats wearing masks. That once again, it seemed as if we were in an instance where the media could generate bodies, the media could kill, depending on how it was going to handle its public service mission statement as to like reporting on the things that people needed to be able to advocate for their own well-being. And I wonder what role you think the media played, and what would have been the ideal. What would have been the I in the IBE if they had done this right? Because obviously they've dropped the ball in catastrophic ways.
So, okay, so that's a great question, and I guess I will I'll push back a little bit on the framing, because I think you have to start with what are the cards that they were dealt. And again, we're talking about this incredible confluence of events, which is this pandemic, this unknown virus that is scientists, we're trying to get a grip on in real time in front of us, and doing a lot of virus doing a lot of damage worldwide really quickly. And then you also have this ongoing phenomenon of the Trump administration and his approach to governance, his approach to press relations, his approach to facts, right? And so what did the press have to do? Well, they had to try to figure out what was going on. They had to try to reveal, try to disseminate this scientific consensus when there was none, when scientists don't agree with each other on
right. So you're already so even in your best case scenario, you're already at a disadvantage because you have this we don't know. Any epidemiologist at the when this thing crested was just like, there's a lot of things we don't know yet, But that,
right. And then
but
you had the Trump administration, who their approach is to attack science and downplay the scientists and sort of push an alternative set of facts for their own political benefit, and attack anyone who tries to disagree with that. So I guess I'm using that as a setup to say, I think overall the mainstream, like the big mainstream news outlets, have done pretty well. I think they've done about as well as they could, being dealt this particular hand of cards, because I don't know
right.
I don't know what else you could have expected.
I can accept that. I think it's reasonable to accept that they were certainly put in a position that was unprecedented. It's like I was trying to think this morning of things that might have been like like if 9/11 had happened during the election, it might have been, but it didn't. It might have been some kind of metaphorical correlate, but this is like unprecedented, really, that these two things kind of locked into each other. And what do you do?
But I think looking at again, the big one, the New York Times, the Post, CNN, which I watch a lot of because I study cable news. They have, I think they've had, so just some of the things I talked about in the book, like the healthcare study where there were no experts. those outlets have had a lot of experts on. I mean, they use healthcare professionals, scientists, former heads of the CDC, things like that. They have them on a lot,
Right.
and so I think they've really
To their
taken
credit.
strides. Yeah, yeah.
To their credit.
So I think they've taken great strides to try to cut through the noise and give us the most realistic story possible, but it's come at a great cost. I mean, it's come at the cost of the president and supporters just ruthlessly attacking them and tearing them down, and the overall public esteem toward the media has never been lower.
Right. I don't want to dominate this conversation because we only have a few minutes left, but I want everybody that wants to. Can you stay for a few minutes, Professor Schiffer, if need be? 5 minutes.
Sure.
Like, I want to make sure that everybody that has a question asks their question, if possible. Unless there's 20 questions, then we're not doing it. But that's never that's never like an issue. So
My question is, who is Margaret Bates?
John, all right, let's move. John, you've asked your question. Let's move on. Professor Bates is my former. She's been here before. She's my mass media research professor from the New School. And Professor Mahalik is here too. Professor Mahalik, do you have a question for Professor Schiffer?
I do, and I've enjoyed the conversation, so thank you for opening up to the campus. I think this is such a nice opportunity. So I teach political science at SUNY Broome, and I have my students read the New York Times, and up until this past semester where I had a very difficult scenario, which I won't share, I had a lot of pressure to offer another alternative source because of the perception that the New York Times was such a liberal outlet. So we now read the Wall Street Journal for students who would rather read that. But what I'm really concerned about is this perception that students can't trust any media. They don't know what media to trust, and so therefore they won't read a thing. And I keep continuing to reassure them that the New York Times and or the Wall Street Journal are very credible sources of information, but they're shutting down and therefore disengaging from civic life. And I'm trying to reassure them that this is important. This is your responsibility as a citizen to be engaged. How do you reassure people that this kind of reporting is still credible reporting? And of course, I'm always trying to tell them, stop getting your information from social media, because of course they're doing that. And that's so much easier to read, right? A couple of tweets and they claim to be up to date. But something I've tried to been working on now for years. So suggestions would be really welcome.
I mean, that's a tough one. I don't. This environment, I don't think you're going to reach everybody with that. But again, as I said before, on a different topic, I don't think you have to. I mean, I continue to suggest, just like you do, the New York Times, Washington Post. I mean, the Wall Street Journal, particularly its news pages, are fine. If for some reason that's viewed as a centrist or center-right alternative, that's fine. I mean, don't fight that. It's still good reporting, good factual information. The editorial page is a different story, but if we're talking about news,
Right.
I try to do it deductively, right? I start with the principle. What do we want out of news? What you want, news is best when it helps you accurately predict the consequences of your choices. Accurately see what's happening in the world. And if you continue to be surprised, if you continue to be disappointed, but my favorite commentator said Trump was going to win, or my favorite commentator swore that everything was rigged, and then you keep being surprised, maybe you're not being served by that information. And so, yes, you can see maybe the Times, maybe the Post, a little bit of a liberal slant, but that's not the same thing. I mean, the question of of perspective is a different question from that of accuracy, and that's why I try to be precise with my definition of bias, because some people just say, all right, if it leans a little this way, just throw it away. That doesn't make any sense, because that's we still
Right.
we still rely on these, like a meteorologist, if they're telling you that it's going to rain, and day after day they tell you it's going to rain, and you bring the umbrella and it doesn't, then they're not helping you predict the consequences of your choices. And so it's the same
Right.
thing with the news outlets. They're just like a meteorologist is wrong sometimes. They're not going to get everything right, but you're still much better off. Your life is going to be better, more efficient, more more
Right.
strategic.
It's like going to the doctor regularly as opposed to just not going. But I just
Yeah.
wanted to like weigh in here as far as sources is concerned, due to the fact that I mean we have a good example next week. We have a guest speaker. We have one of our students, Eamon Kelly, who I don't see right now. His father is the media columnist for the New York Post. And he's going to speak with us, Keith Kelly. And his columns are great. And I remember the email exchanges we had where he was almost apologizing for the Post. He's like, I know I'm with the Post. It's like, I know. And my response to him was the same response that I would have to my students. And it's that be critical of everything. Be critical of everything. And good things often come, there's good columnists everywhere. It's like, and is that valid? I mean, it's like I watch Amy Goodman every morning. I watch Democracy Now. And at times it's like being a media guy. It's like I'll be just picking it apart, picking up the lineup, picking apart the story choice. And wondering if this was the right, if to go with this story as opposed to this story. They drop the ball all the time, and they're who I go to. So I mean, the caveat I give to my students is you need to sift the wheat from the chaff and see and understand it all and see what directly applies to you and who's advocating for you. Who's advocating for you? Right.
Yeah.
So,
And again,
other questions?
oh, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm
Well, I
sorry.
try to keep them out of the opinion sections. I make it very clear that the opinion sections are biased, of course, and to stick to the news sections. But again, it's what you talked about earlier. It's what our, in this case, our elected officials are telling them, and they're just absorbing that. And Rush Limbaugh and all of the other conservative hosts. So you're right, and I'll keep working at that. I was just curious if you had found that in your classes too, and how you handled it. So thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah,
Other
I
questions?
do find it, and yeah, I do my again. I know I'm not going to reach everybody, but I've seen 20 years of doing this and keeping in touch with former students by email or by social media. I can see some of them. Some of them don't want to have anything to do with me afterwards, and that's that. But others, I can see a change in their thinking. I can see the evolution, and I can see the role that I played in setting that in motion. And sometimes they'll even say that, they'll even say, "Hey, thank you for, I still think about your class 10 years later," or something.
Right.
And that's, it's not
Right.
apparent when it's
That's always
happening, but
edifying.
yeah.
Yeah, I have a
Can you
question.
hear me? Can you hear me really quick? Can you still hear me? Because I'm having connection problems.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Okay.
I have a quick
Some
question.
other. Okay, quick question, John, but then we need to hear from other people because you're getting a lot of questions in, which is I don't care, but go ahead, really quick.
Well, he says he watches CNN, and does he watch Fox too? Because there are two battling stations, and how do you pick your poison between the two?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, I study cable news, so I always joke with my administration that I deserve hazard pay, but they have not bought that argument so far. So I watch all of them. I mean, I watch MSNBC, which markets itself as a left-leaning alternative. I watch Fox, which markets itself as right-leaning. I watch CNN, which is a very complicated deal because they tend to market themselves as being neutral, but they tend to be accused of being liberal. And I used to push back against that, but it's pretty clear, at least in the Trump era, that CNN has positioned themselves as explicitly anti-Trump. I don't necessarily equate that with liberal, and we'll see what happens in a Biden administration, but they've clearly taken on an adversarial position. So yeah, I watch all three of the cable networks. I try to get news from a wide array of sources. If I actually want to know things, then I go more to like the Washington Post. But I watch the cable networks because I study their rhetoric. I study that, their which stories they cover, how they cover them, and so on, and write articles and books about it. So, yeah.
Right. Professor Bates, do you have a question? It's nice seeing you, by the way. Professor Bates? Who else? What other questions do we have for?
I have a quick
Adam?
question, Mr. Bongiorno.
Yeah, sure.
Do you think like
Who
part of
is
the
it?
reason? This is Patrick.
Okay,
Do
hi.
you think part of the reason that like so many like young kids and like students now are so like opinionated and like so like question the media so much is because like in the last like 10 to 20 years we've had so many different like sources where we can get our media, whether it's like social media or the internet or like so many different like channels that we can like browse through and stuff like that. I think like there's a lot of different ways for us to get our news now.
Yeah, I mean that's a great question. I mean your information landscape is radically different. I'm about 20 years older than you. Well, okay, 25. Well, yeah, that's right. That's about right. 25. And at least for students who are of typical college age, I know there's a wide variation. But anyways,
Right.
the current media landscape is radically different than it was, even 20 years ago. And a lot of it is the proliferation of opinion. I mean, believe it or not, but when I was growing up, it was actually hard to find opinion. You had a couple of pages in the newspaper. Talk radio came about when I was in college, but otherwise you maybe had to go to the library and look at the National Review or things like that. But the internet has made, not only has opened it up so there is more opinion, but is structured around the incentive to have the opinions as loud and strident as possible, and to get you angry, outraged, excited, to play upon your emotions so that you give the clicks, you stay engaged with the YouTube pages and the Twitter feeds and so on. So yeah, I mean to get to your original point, I think that does explain why a lot of particularly younger folks are so opinionated, because you're absorbed, you're swimming in opinion, whereas your parents and grandparents, it was actually relatively hard to find good political opinion for sustained periods of time.
Do you think that
I have
might?
one. Sorry, I have one follow-up question to that. Do you think that's
Sure.
I'd say like that's definitely a good thing, even though like it definitely causes like more problems and more like conflict between people, but I'd say it's definitely like a better thing rather than just like everyone following one voice or so.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, it depends, right? I mean, so we had record-smashing voter turnout this year. I mean, that was pretty amazing, and that has surely in part to do with just how engaged people are, just how many more people follow politics closely than they used to. So there are definitely a lot of positive aspects about it. Would say that scholars are concerned about the echo chamber and the cocooning effect, where if you spend all day absorbed in opinion just on your side. Now that's a minority of people. Most people actually have fairly balanced media diets, but the small but very loud minority that only get opinion on their side sort of become more and more extreme, become more radicalized, and then they have, since they're the most active, they have disproportionate influence on the system. They're the ones who vote in primary elections. They're the ones who knock on doors and donate money and write letters, and so it tends to make all of American politics seem more extreme than it actually is. I mean, there are a lot of people still in the middle, but the problem is they're not the ones who are cluttering your Facebook feed or your Twitter feed with political opinions. It's the ones that are most extreme that are doing that. So yeah, I think there are a lot of good aspects of it, absolutely. I love how much more engaged my students are than they were when I started 20 years ago. I mean, it's night and day, and I love that. But at the same time, there are definitely some downsides as far as the health of our public life and democracy.
Thank you.
Professor Schiffer, could you stay for 2 more questions? Do we have 2 more questions? Somebody, next person, please. Somebody have a question?
I have a question.
Hi, Madison.
Hi.
How are you?
I know you kind of talked about it like very early on when you started speaking, but was there anything specific, I guess, that inspired you to write the book? Or
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've cared about this question for a long time. Something I've just always was, and it started again when I was in college and listening to Rush Limbaugh when I worked at the radio station and just hearing him say liberal media over and over, and that never quite sat right with me. Like I just didn't quite. It doesn't seem like it's that liberal. So where is this coming from? And so I actually wrote a newspaper column in college, and a lot of my stories were on liberal bias. Nobody really cared at the time. But then when I got to graduate school, I did my master's thesis on the liberal bias myth, and then put it aside for a while. But then my first, in 2006, turned what had started as my master's thesis eventually turned it into one of my first big scholarly publications, and it's still the article that's my article that's most cited and most influential in the field. And so, but what truly inspired, because I didn't start working on the book until 2014, and what really inspired it was I was prepping. I have a class called Media and Politics, which is probably similar to this one, and I was prepping the lecture for my summer version of it, and I was getting, okay, I need to spend like 2 or 3 days on media bias, so let me go find something they can read, and I'll also sort of give my own take. But I couldn't find anything. I was just really frustrated because everything you could read was either dense, boring scholarship that's sort of over the heads of my target audience, or just angry opinion, just screeds, and I said, I need something accessible but also academically influenced that you can read in this class, and I guess the only way to do it is if I write it. So that's why I ultimately I did the pitch at a conference, got a publisher, and then wrote it over the next 2 years. So yeah.
Wow.
I think the book definitely fits that description. I kind of stumbled about it just really quick. Last semester, I did mass media research methods, and I went through and I told everybody was going to get a book. And so I went through and I just tried to kind of aggregate a bunch of books that a whole bunch of them I had read, some of them I hadn't. I hadn't read your book yet, and I assigned it, and I got it from interlibrary loan at the library, and the student dropped the ball, and I was walking in there one day, and they were like, "Hey, you got this book on interlibrary loan?" I was like, and it behooved me to read it, and I sat there over the summer in the park and just was like, yeah, I mean, this was just it's excellent. It fits that bill, and I would definitely use it again. In fact, we'd love to have you back, at some point, maybe next year, if that would be possible. One more question for Dr. Schiffer.
I have
We
one.
have one more question. Yeah, go ahead.
Um, so I'm pretty sure Dr. Schiffer has probably noticed this, but a lot of Fox News watchers, they've been very frustrated with the news channel because of their coverage with the election. And I think it's really interesting because a lot of Fox News watchers, they've always been very supportive of Fox News and they always like trust everything they do. And like they recently saying that like, oh, the coverage has been terrible, and then to the point where they said like they're not even going to watch Fox News anymore. Now, is that going to be true? I don't know, but they've said that and they've really been critical. And I think it's interesting how, how they've like they trust more the president than they trust the actual Fox News. And my question really is like, how can like, because I feel like it's interesting because conservative values generally they say that, oh, the freedom of the press is more truthful than like the actual government, but at the same time now they're like trusting more the government than the actual press. Like how can this happen, and to the point where like they can't even accept like the news from a media that generally is very supportive of what they believe in.
That is a great question, and I mean, what you're seeing is their chickens are coming home to roost. I mean, it is a phenomenon they have created, they have helped create, that is now coming back to bite them, which is the idea. Remember, Fox News has spent more than 20 years undermining the rest of the media. They've said, no, we are right, everybody else is wrong, and everybody else is biased, you shouldn't listen to them. But at the same time, it's they've created a set of folks who believe that only theirs, and again, this happens on the left too. I'm not just picking on them, but since you asked about Fox, they've created this, a set of folks who now with the internet, now with people who realize that Fox and talk radio's model of getting people angry and outraged, our side is right about everything. The other side is not just wrong, but they're evil, they're dangerous. Now other folks are outfoxing Fox. Now you have Newsmax and OAN, and then you just have a litany of just hundreds and hundreds of people on the internet, on YouTube, on Twitter, who are going more extreme and are pulling the Fox viewers so far to the right that they now see Fox as insufficiently conservative, as insufficiently giving them because it became, when Fox made the decision to go all in with Trump, it would basically be what doesn't matter what Trump says, what he does, he's always right, and anyone who criticizes him is always the enemy. Once they took that line, they now have to live with it. And what's happening is his behavior became too much even for them. Right? They had to stop and say, all right, the election was not rigged. The election was not stolen. Joe Biden won. But because they've spent 20 years priming that audience to think that they're always right and the other side's always wrong, now they're falling victim to it. So, it's been fascinating to watch. And that's a great question, because I don't know what's going to come of that. I think it'll probably die down. Once there's a Biden administration, that will unify the right. That will give Fox News its lane again to criticize Biden and unite people around that. So I don't think that will last, but it's been really interesting to watch.
Right. It seems like it's even like conservative talk radio. It seems they always seem to do. I don't know what the long term data is about it, but it always seems like you do better when there's a liberal in the White House, because you got more to talk. It's like, it was kind of like Saturday Night Live back in the day. It's like, the more contentious the guy, the more you had to talk about. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
One more.
yeah. I mean, the opposition or the networks always do better when the opposition president is. I mean, the Fox really thrived during Obama. MSNBC has had record ratings during Trump,
Right.
and yeah.
One more question, and then we have to let Adam go. One more question. Anyone? Going. Okay. Thank you so much for spending the time with us. I know we ran a little late. I think it was very, very productive. We're going to put it on the blog. It's a great book. Love to have you back sometime if you got the time. But I think it was a really productive conversation. And I think I mean, like any good conversation, I think it poses as many questions as it answers, like going into the Biden administration. But I think now with this book, they've got at least like a provisional set of more tools than they had, So thank you. Thank you once
You're
again.
welcome.
Thanks for coming on. Everybody, okay. Um, have a good day. Thanks for everybody for attending. Good attendance. I want to thank the other academics that chose to join us today. That was excellent. Have a good day, Adam. Take care, and it was nice talking to you.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
Take care.
Thank you.
My students, real quick. My students, all right. Thursday, we're gonna go back to video. All right, we're not gonna have class on Thursday. I'll do a video on Hanson's chapter. I want you guys to start reading Hanson's chapter on film. It is chapter. Bonjour won't be in like having to check. It is chapter 8. I want to get into movies, and then don't forget next. Oh, and then Eamon, we got to do your media scan, right? We're gonna do that. On no, we can't. If I do the. You know what? Let's meet up. You know what? Since I have a guest speaker at 12 anyway in the other class, let's actually meet up on Thursday. Is that all right?
Yeah,
Because Eamon's got a media scan, and some of you owe me media scans too. Need to get them up there. And then next Tuesday, we've got Keith Kelly from the New York Post. So we'll do a little prep about that. I'll give you guys a little background so we can have questions for him. But he should be really, really interesting too. And he's going to give people. And we talked, and one of the things he's going to do is he's going to talk about how to get in. What you should be doing. He's going to give you guys tips and ideas about how to get into the career if you want to get into journalism. And who better to talk to than somebody that's in it, right? You want to get with the people that are doing it, right? So let's meet Thursday, and yeah, we'll start talking about film. All right. So okay, let's call it a day. Thank you, Professor Mahalik. Thank you, Professor Bates, for joining us. We'll see you, my students. We'll see you Thursday. Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
Hi.